Hello, and welcome back to Slimeless Skies. You think this is the easiest challenge I've ever done? No. No, this is probably one of the harder ones. Did you not see what we had to do to fight the twins? I also had to fight Duke Fishron, well, basically with the gear that I've got, other than the stuff I got from Fishron, which you'll see in a second. Yeah, it has been a while since the last stream. Okay, I didn't have Tiki Armor, didn't have the Spore Sack, didn't have the Fishron Wings. It was pretty much the same other than that. Okay, so I think first thing I want to do is do some farming for sand while I do quests in the background. And did I make a bunch of sand at the end of the last stream? Or did I make a bunch of obsidian that I could turn into sand, maybe? I feel like I did get obsidian somewhere. Or sand. I know I placed down a bunch at the ocean, but I need more than that. I'm pretty sure. That's not going to be enough for what I have planned. Nope, not here. Seemingly not here either. I thought I made a bunch. Did I use it to make things? I really thought I'd done a bunch at the end of the last stream. Like just in the little pit here. What would I have done with it? Will I make a video on this? Yes, eventually. I'm almost finished with the Beating Calamity Naked editing. I've just got the Exos and Supreme Calamitas to edit with that. And then I'll start working on this one. Doesn't look like anything in there. That's so weird. I could have sworn that I'd done... Maybe they're probably in these chests. I forgot about these ones. There we go. Okay, so if I go to the extractionator and turn a bunch of this into sand. I think maybe 80. Would be a good amount for now. Saves me a little bit of obsidian as well for anything I need it for. Yeah, it's been so long since I've played on this world that I've forgotten everything so far. Let's grab up this. And yeah, I think I do have to be on the surface for this, to be honest. But I don't think it'll work at the ocean. I think I'm going to need to be... Do antlines spawn at night, or is it only during the day that they spawn? Let me double check the wiki real quick. Yeah, during the day in deserts and underground deserts at any time. But I think to make it an underground desert, I need the unsafe walls. Which I could do once I've got the Dryad, because I can purify, corrupt walls, but I don't think I can do before that. Because you specifically need walls for it. any unsafe variant of sandstone wall or hardened sandstone wall. I don't think I can actually make those yet. I need a solidifier to make sandstone blocks, of course. That's a little funny. Because that's like the most basic skyblock thing at the moment that I just cannot get. A little bit hardened sand. Can I make that? Nope, that is also solidifier. Okay, looks like we're not getting an underground desert at least. But we can get a surface one through the day. Annoyingly, that does mean that through this night, there's not much I can do. Because really, I think all we can do at the moment is fish. So everything else is just in service of making fishing faster. Or trying to find something else to do while fishing, like farming for sand. Or if you change the safe desert walls to a corrupted variant. I can't get desert walls, so that's what I'm saying. Because you need a solidifier to make hardened sandstone or sandstone. Unless I'm missing something, which I could be, to be fair. I can maybe do some inventory management to get rid of some of this stuff. I don't need 22 shrimpy truffles anymore. Sell those for over a platinum. Probably don't need to carry the goat skull, although I will save it for use later. I say save it for use later as if it would ever actually be useful. It probably won't, but it's there. Same with the roller skates. Although the roller skates are really good for building, so I will keep them on me actually. Probably don't need to carry candy cane blocks anymore. Yeah, everything else is probably fine. Also, can't you purify with a Clintaminator? Don't just normal sand walls work? There isn't such a thing as normal sand walls, I don't think. I don't think you can make sand walls. Where's the guide? Yeah, there is no sand walls. I need either sandstone or hardened sandstone, which both require a solidifier. So it's just not going to work, I'm afraid. You think I can shimmer sand? I don't have shimmer, so I can't shimmer sand. I forget I've actually got tiki armor, so I can get more of those. What I really want is a bed. A bed would solve so many issues. I just need like the tiniest bit of iron. I think I need like the equivalent of 3 iron bars in either iron or iron ore. Why don't I shimmer? It's a custom world, it's not just a normal Skyblock world. Well, a crate is always a flat 10% to catch, and you can get iron from the lowest tier crates. Yeah, I just don't want to waste too much of my bait until I get more. I'd rather save the bait to get better fishing stuff through quests, and then I can always get better bait from quests as well. Although, I could always go try collect more bait from my farm here while I wait as well. Not that way though. I'm only going for the top tier of bait here. Another life fruit, which I can't use for another 3 years probably. I guess there could also be good bits of bait on one of these, but I don't know if it's worth travelling to them. They are quite a distance away. Yeah, the issue with the bed is the sawmill. You need to not run into any of the pink things because they will insta-kill me, essentially. Unless I get lucky with the damage variance. Oh wait, no, I've got tiki armor now. I'm actually a bit safer. I mean, I still don't want to get hit too often, but I won't die instantly, at least. Hopefully I've got enough wood for the loom, actually. I should maybe check that before too long as well. Because I could always farm for that just now. Still yet to find a lucky clover as well. Feels like I should have got one with all the grass mowing that I've done. What's the next boss? What are your plans for the stream? The next boss is fishing. Yeah, the main issue with everything I'm doing right now is that in order to do it, I have to get 200 health, and it's going to take a lot of time of fishing. But it's now day, so we can hopefully go complete another angler quest and get some better fishing gear. Underground tundra, we cannot do that. That's very sad. Right, I'm just going to go back to actual fishing then. We've got one crate potion, which we could use to get... thing is, I don't think we can get crate potions very easily, right? Crate potions require amber, moonglow, shiverthorn, and waterleaf. Yeah, they're going to be really hard to get. Specifically the shiverthorn, I think. Because I don't know if we can actually get shiverthorn for a long time. At least until we can get 200 health to then farm the Frost Legion. What about sonar? What do we need for those? Sonar is just waterleaf and coral. I can set up a sonar farm. And then fishing, I think, is crispy honey, right? Fishing potions. Yeah, crispy honey and waterleaf. Okay. So let's set up a farm for sand. I think we should get this fairly quickly because there's not much that can spawn on the surface during the day. Let's get rid of those. Oh, I'm right-clicking the mount, not the Sharknadoes. Yeah, my voice is also quite... Well, my throat's also quite dry, so I'm sorry if my voice is bad during any of this. Nope, vulture, not what I want. There we go. I should maybe lure the vulture over and then kill that. Oh, the spore sack. Did not think of the spore sack. Yeah, that's gonna happen if I don't be careful. Yeah, you can change the name of your character and all that. I don't want to do that for this. That seems a bit cheaty. I prefer to do things the legit and slow way. Pity it will be a while before I or slime. It'll be never before slime because there's no slimes in this. Yeah, exactly. If you wanted to do things the easy way, I wouldn't be doing this challenge. I don't really understand the point of setting a challenge and then cutting corners. Like, if you want to do a challenge, just do the actual challenge. Don't install mods that make it easier or use exploits that completely trivialize the problem that you're setting up. I will say it's taking longer to get them than I thought. We did get one, obviously, but accidentally killed it with the spore sack. Post-high you get ice bombs, which is probably more consistent than Frost Legion. I don't know if that'll help much. I'll be back in a second. Hello, I am back. Sorry about that. I had to get the door. Oh, and we have an antline. Perfect timing. So I think if I build a wall up here, place down some torches here. I guess that's as far as I'll be able to go. And if I just sit here, is it because I've got the scent on, yeah? Yeah, I should be able to get free sand. I'm going to build a roof because of what happened in Shimmering Skies, where I did this same setup and the antline that I was using got sniped by a fallen star. Oh, is it going to suffocate itself? Please don't suffocate yourself. It might be possible for me to get multiple of them. Oh, am I so high that I'm getting harpies? That's annoying. Oh, that's interesting. Did not foresee it doing that. I guess I maybe need torches along this part of the wall as well. No, then it just gets destroyed completely. It's fine, as long as it doesn't land there, which is kind of looking like it might. I maybe just need more of a drop on this here. Like that. And then get rid of this torch. Okay, that should work. I do also wonder if I can get another one because it'll be twice as quick. That one's got a coin, so it shouldn't despawn. Can I get a second? Oh no, did that... I thought it had a coin, I thought it couldn't despawn. It was shining like it had a coin. Okay, that's rather annoying. When will the video drop, in 4 or 6 months? Probably 6, yeah. It does take me a long time to make videos after all. I guess I've got more sand now that I can use to expand this, get more chances of things spawning. I actually need to remove these blocks just above it for now so that there's more spaces above for it to search and then find a block to spawn on below. 1 is fine. Let's go get these guys. Oh, okay. Yikes. Okay, I'll maybe just no, because I do want to cover the top with blocks. Can I get there without waking this one up? Looks like it, yeah. Okay, I am just going to put up with the one ant line. What time is it for me? It is 12:30 in the afternoon. Wait, where's the fishing? The fishing will come when I get a quest that I can actually complete. Sadly, with the amount of biomes that I've got, that's quite difficult to do. Am I trying to knock out the sand shooting ant? No, I'm trying to keep it as is, so that I get more sand from it. This is a sand farm. A very slow sand farm, but it's better than nothing. I think I have about 3,000 hours in Terraria and modloader combined. I think it's around that. You think it's worth fishing for crates until I get enough for a sawmill? Could be, could be. The problem is I also need sand. I'm going to need sand for potions and for building a desert. So, like, this is going to have to happen eventually. I may as well do it now. How does enemy despawning work when it comes to coins? Let me double check that as well. Don't know if that'll be on the coins page or the enemies page or what. I don't think it is on the coins page. Oh wait, here it is. In expert mode, enemies can pick up dropped coins. If an enemy has picked up at least 10 silver, its location will be saved on the minimap when it despawns and marked by coin icons. When a player gets near the location, the enemy will be respawned. Okay, so I can drop 10 coins on this. I'm going to drop 11 just in case it's over 10. Which it could be. Just in case I then die. Did it only pick up 6 of those coins? Because I saw there was 4 coins on the ground after. It'd be really annoying if it only picked up 6 of those. Why would it not pick up all? Is there a limit of how many coins an enemy will pick up? Like per enemy, and I've just picked the enemy that won't pick up more. Either way, I'm gonna go do some fishing. This is too boring not to. Even though I've only got 1 crate potion. One crate potion and a wooden pole. Suppose I could at least put on the thing there. Sandline underneath me won't despawn over time, no. It only despawns when I leave the world. Or when more than 400 items are out. Or 400 stacks of items. Apparently the stack size of the coins determines how many of them it picks up. It looks a bit complicated. How do I make it pick up 10 coins then? That's all I really need to know. Could have choose the gold. Yeah, I've got plenty of money, so that's not too much of an issue. I'll try gold next time. Okay, 4 crates so far. Less than a minute left on the potions. Hopefully I will get enough iron. Iron pickaxe, yeah, I'll get to work on that. Should probably use all the iron I've got from these crates for that, I guess. It'd be really nice to get one bramble crate and get a fiberglass rod from it. Iron fishing pole, I might update upgrades to, but that's only after I've made a sawmill and start getting work on fishing quests. Because I'm also only like, what, 29 more quests from getting a gold fishing rod? Sailfish boots. Nice. Ooh, 15 lead ore. That may be enough. Right, let me craft. So I think I need 3 of that. I need to make one of them into chain, and then I think I should be able to make a sawmill. If I've got enough wood, that is. Yep, sawmill. There we go. And then I definitely don't have enough wood to make a loom, I don't think. Oh no, I do. Is it pulling from a chest for that? I'm not going to complain, like. Right, where did I put my cobwebs? Here's my cobwebs. And I finally have a bed. I can speed through the night now. Been sleeping, going without sleep this whole time. Must be like 50 something hours into it and I can finally sleep. You can kill the angler if you can't fish the quest fish because he drops the golden fishing rod. Not in vanilla. Only in Calamity does he do that. Underground in caverns. That is good. I can do that. As long as this isn't one of the ones that jungle supersedes. Oh, titanium crate. That could have a life crystal. Guess what time it is in America? Well, it depends what part of America you mean. I'm gonna guess for you it's like 4 AM. Or, well, half three. If you're getting more crates now than with the crate potion. Yep. It seems that way. Yeah, you Americans need to get to bed. I'm worried that I'm not going to get the thing from that. No life crystal. Damn. How much lead is it for a rod? It's 8. I think I'm 1 bar off. Got 3 there. No, I'm 3 bars off, right? Yeah. 2 bars off, 2 bars off. Yeah, probably don't need to keep the anchors, to be honest. They're not useful at this point in the game. How many fishing equipment pieces have I gotten so far? Big fat 0. I think I might go make another fishing spot over here, because I don't think that I'm actually getting cavern fish there. Or pure cavern anyway. Thankfully it's nice and easy to make. I may not have water buckets yet, but I have something better. Hotline fishing rod actually useful for the first time in the game's history. Hotline fishing rod is good. You can fish in lava with it, but I can't get it until after Skeletron, so it's not going to be useful because I'll have the gold rod before it. Actually, let's get a seat out here. You thought it was hard mode for the hotline. I think it was before, but it got changed in a more recent update to be post-Skeletron. There we go. Let's see what we get. Hopefully something good. Oh, hey Curtis. How you doing? Okay, weather radio is probably one of the worst ones we could get, I'm not gonna lie. Because I can't get any other weather at the moment. My weather is literally just stuck to the normal default weather until I have a heart crystal. I could probably make a mithril anvil. Is that enough mithril for that? Orichalcum. I don't think it is, no. I think I need 3 more bars for that. You can smelt. Yes, I can. It just says after 25 quests in hard mode. For what? Are you talking about the golden rod or the hotline fishing rod? Because those are 2 different things. No, I'm thinking of the sitting ducks one. I'm sorry, it's my mistake. I'm thinking of the sitting ducks rod that you get from the traveling merchant. Actually, have I got enough platinum to make? No, I'm 6 platinum off being able to make a watch. So platinum or gold watch would be quite useful to know the time. Yeah, chances are I'll get golden rod before hotline fishing rod, to be fair. I think goldenrod you get guaranteed at the 30th quest, no? Pretty sure it's guaranteed on quest 30. Let me have a look. Yeah, the golden fishing rod is guaranteed on the 30th quest. Or a 1 in 250 chance after the 75th quest. Hotline is 1 in 100 after the 25th quest. So the chances of me getting a hotline in the 5 quests between 25 and 30 are pretty low. Wasn't this a Jeopardy question? Yeah, I think you did ask what the guaranteed rewards are from the angler. And I think I got quite a lot of them wrong. It may make sense to move the angler in here so that I can get to him quicker when I teleport home. Take notes, guys, this will be on the test later. The Terraria test. The hotline fishing rod just needs a change. Maybe moved to pre-hard mode and gold into hard mode or something. Right now it's literally just a trophy item. Yeah. Back when it was the only way to fish in lava, it had a use. But now that there's so many other ways to fish in lava as well, it's just not useful anymore. I think it would make sense to move goldenrod to hard mode and just kind of swap them round, I guess. Have you taken the AP Minecraft exam before? I have not. I would probably do terribly on it because I have a bad memory for things like that. It'll be useful in this run since it is the only way to fish in lava. No, I can still get lava other ways, I'm pretty sure. I've just gone up to get the angler when I've just moved him down here. Sometimes my genius is overwhelming. Corruption. Yeah, I can technically get a corruption. I've got a corruption here, so I'll just go do that. Get a little pool down there. Although I think I need to be quite low down for it to be considered a corruption, which is odd. I'm not quite sure why that is. There. You can't catch critters since you have no hellstone, so until you get the golden net, you literally have no other way to fish in lava. That's true, actually, yeah, you are right after all. I don't know how useful lava fishing will be, because even the one part that you would think is necessary, which is the Hell Forge, you can just get by defeating Skeletron in Skyblock. Which is a little sad, because it takes away the one need for lava fishing, when it comes to progression at least. Okay, next quest. Four fishing potions is very nice to have. I need to separate my building stuff from my crafting materials now. I need to start using these more over here. This shall be the building chest from now on. This shall be the buffs chest. Buffs. And then the rest is just miscellaneous fishing, I guess. Chest, yeah. Can't make chests. Well, I can make chests now that I've got some iron, but I'd rather wait and use that iron for other things. The goldenrod doesn't fish in lava in vanilla. Yeah, it doesn't, does it? Does it? I feel like it might. I could be completely wrong on that, though. No, it can't, yeah. I don't think it can even in Calamity, then. Trust me, I've tried. Fair, fair. What I should do before I forget is go pick up all of that sand. Because I don't want to leave the world and lose that. Let's actually make a little coral and water leaf farm. Is there a certain depth you need for coral, or will it just grow on top of a single layer of water? Because a single layer of water would be great, but I fear that it may end up being more that it needs. Let me look up coral on the wiki as well. This is such a wiki playthrough. There'd be absolutely no chance of routing this run without the wiki. It does just say within 380 tiles of the left or right edges of the world. So I think this should technically work. Maybe place a block there just so it doesn't flow out this way. I think that should grow coral. And then if I just add more sand to this bit, it should grow some water leaf as well. May as well all have it in the same area. Perfect amount to get to that bit there. That was quite satisfying. And back to sleep. This is going to be the routine for the next, like, 5 hours of gameplay. hopefully get some evidence of corals spawning there. The annoying thing about Waterleaf is while it can grow there, I won't actually be able to harvest it until I get at least one life crystal to then get rain. How fun or frustrating does this playthrough feel? I think so much of the fun with a skyblock like this is the planning phase. And then the run itself is almost just proving that it's possible rather than doing it for any enjoyment. But I enjoy proving that it's possible. So it's been fun enough. I don't think it's the sort of playthrough that I would rush to do again. But it's much better than the no item pickup run. That was hell. Like, I would probably do the original low percent again just for fun, because that playthrough felt like an appropriate challenge. I would probably do like something like short swords only again, or sentries only again. I wouldn't do no item pickups again, and I wouldn't do most skyblocks again unless it was, well, I feel like once you've done a skyblock once, there's no need to do it again. Because there's already different variations of skyblock that you can do that are interesting in their own way. So like, I'm sure at some point I will do another skyblock, I just won't do a skyblock with no slimes in 1.4.5, you know? You don't enjoy fishing and suffering. There's no suffering involved. I play the game because I like the game. Everyone always seems to think that there's something of suffering inherent in challenge run playthroughs, but I wouldn't do it if I didn't enjoy it. Glowing mushroom fields, I can do that as well. Will that work on the surface? I'm assuming so. It might only work on the surface, to be honest. You have to go. Thank you for the enjoyment of the... But yeah, the enjoyment of this playthrough comes out of problem solving. Yes, yes. Thank you for dropping by, and thank you for the donations. You're very kind as always. There really is no need for it, but I do appreciate it a lot. Stop there, that's high enough. Instapool. That's what it feels like. It's weird having this as my first form of water. Because usually when you're doing fishing early game, you're like having to traverse really difficult biomes with no health and enemies spawning everywhere, and then you have to use a water bucket to slowly create a fishing pond. And it's like, in this, I've already got the infrastructure set up to just teleport around. Enemies aren't really that much of an issue, and I can just set up a pool instantly like this. It's definitely counting as a mushroom biome, right? Oh, these little animations do sometimes make me think that the bobber's going. Some more great potions, that's good. I'm going to save them for now because I may as well use them when I've got the best items for fishing. There's not much point in using them now that I've got the bed anyway. I could get a better rod, but even a better rod doesn't do much. What I should do before falling asleep again is harvest more stuff from here. More bait. We'll sell most of the bait that isn't the buggy though. Some of them so that others can spawn in their place, because I think there is a limit to how many can spawn at once. It's going to be weird to have like enough life fruit to get to full life fruit before getting enough, or before getting any life crystals to get to full life crystals. Let me grab that. Or is it dead? Nope. We go out of our way to get all the buggies we can. How am I going to get more life? Fishing. A very, very long, grindy fishing grind. And I did have to say grind twice, because it's going to be that bad. Yeah, most of this playthrough was just finding a way to get more life, because now that rain requires, or no, now that you need to place down dungeon bricks to make the old man spawn in Skyblock, you actually need health. There is no way to complete Skyblock without health or without a pre-placed dungeon area. With 200 HP, you finally get Goblin. Yes, 200 HP is the next massive milestone. Let's also check for any coral here. Hey, we do have coral growing. That's good to know. Are you going to fish for 400 HP or just to be able to complete the game? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I may just get to 200 and then call it a day, but it would feel silly to not use all the life fruit that I've collected as well, and it would probably make it significantly easier to get through the rest of the game with 500 HP as opposed to 200. But that could be an extra like 3 hours of fishing for all I know. But then maybe that 3 hours of fishing would be 3 hours less of dying, especially because this is for the worthy. So Moonlord will be pretty difficult in it. What's a few more hours of fishing? Pain, that's what it is. What is the challenge of a no slime skyblock? Water. Mainly water and health, because in normal skyblock now you get life crystals from slimes, but without that the only way to get life crystals is fishing, and the only way to get fishing in this is to beat Plantera and Queen Bee, which requires beating all 3 mech bosses, which requires beating the Wall of Flesh, and you don't really have much gear to get through all of that. And in order to beat Skeletron Prime, I did actually have to beat Duke Fishron with 100 health and just no-hit him entirely with a jetpack and roller skates, which was fun. That part of the challenge was probably the most fun, I will say. Like, actually, it felt like such an achievement to get that done. The fishing part might be suffering, but so far it hasn't been too much suffering. I mean, the biggest suffering was maybe building the arena for the twins that spanned the entire world. Or maybe the arena for the Wall of Flesh that spanned maybe 40% of the world, we'll say there. And also waiting for, like, mud to grow. That's another thing, is that when you've not got water, how do you get mud to get Plantera? The only way I could think of was to give myself, at the start of the world, a Chlorophyte Brick, and then I can use that Chlorophyte Brick to convert mud, which I got from pooping on a toilet, which I got from harpy feathers and the steampunker after defeating one of the mech bosses, and an extractinator from a mimic in pre-hard mode, to then place around chlorophyte and convert it into mud and get little chlorophyte seedlings going. Okay, the next day. Yeah, that was the most fun part when it came to the planning section, I'll say. We have to get him to do Daytime Empress with a jetpack and roller skates. I'm down. As long as you're using good enough weapons, that should be fine, I think. Although I don't know if it's worth going to the effort of making a hallowed biome in this. Maybe for the soaring insignia, actually. That is pretty good. Can you add a few more layers for the coral farm, or is it a waste of time? I could, but that would involve getting more sand, which is more AFK time as well. And I think the main bottleneck for potions is going to be the water leaf rather than coral. Okay, while sleeping through this day, I'm going to go grab a drink in real time, or in real life, so I'll be back in a few. Alright, I'm back. And yeah, I could get shell piles for sand by fishing in the ocean for shell piles. Or I could craft my own shell piles, I guess, that would work. But I don't think there's much point in that. It'd probably be a slower way of getting sand than getting antlines here. Which would probably also be a slower way of getting sand than just making obsidian and then extracting that. Considering the only cost for that is money and time. I think that's probably much faster actually than anything else. Is it day? No, not quite. I think we must be like 3 seconds off of day though, surely. Oh no, the moon's still in sight. Just very light. Yeah, you can craft shell piles. But you need like all 3 different types of shells, I think. But in the sky lakes, I can do that. Or can you make shells with just starfish? Where do you make shell piles? I'm curious now. Well, you need a heavy assembler. Which I could technically get. I may as well use the starfish in the shells that I get that aren't corals for that. Yeah, I guess the shells are at least passive rather than the obsidian, which is much more active. Like it's a byproduct of my coral farm anyway. Just need to make sure I don't accidentally turn my coral into them. Let's put my coral in the fishing chest. Yeah, I still need the heavy workbench, I guess. Fuzzy carrot, very useful. Is it worth keeping much of this? I should probably just tidy up now. Let's sell these, sell that. Put these in the fishing chest. Okay. Heavy workbench, what does that need? Is it just a bunch of wood, right? Heavy assembler. Oh, 8 iron bars. That's expensive on iron. I do not like that at all. Way too expensive in iron. Oh, 2 coral. Yeah, this is why I'm not too worried about the farm being, like, technically inefficient. Because I realistically don't need that much coral. It's just for some potions. I'll probably get a coral on average every 8 minutes, which is the amount of time it takes to use a potion, so yeah. The real issue is the water, whatchamacallit, which might actually be worth flattening this out a bit more to get. And yeah, I also get potions from quests, you're right. Maybe go for another bait run. What would be nice to do, just as like a proof of concept sort of thing, is make a hive farm, just kind of for fun. Because I think with wiring and actuators, you'd be able to do that. Be able to like grow that and then drop it all into somewhere with liquid and then wire it up to a chest. And you'd be able to passively get hive, which would be kind of interesting. I don't know if you could use that for anything. You could use it for crispy honey blocks, but other than that, I don't think it's all that useful. Just kind of an interesting thing that you can technically do. And that is obviously post-Skeletron as well. So not at all useful in the next 10 hours of gameplay. Crispy honey sounds like an awesome snack. Yeah, I mean, someone described it as just hot honey. I think that's a fair analogy. It's just solidified hot honey. When honey goes kind of crystallized, but it's that with hot honey. Are you going to fish for a golden bug net for lava fishing? I might. I mean, it's probably the sort of thing where if I get it, I might use it for a bit, but I don't think I need lava fishing for much. There's a honeycomb snack you can make with molten sugar and baking soda. Yeah, I think that's what's in the inside of Crunchies here in the UK. Ooh, there's enchanted night flowers. one of those nights. Interesting. They only spawn in grass though, because if so, I'll go over here. Yeah, they're still worse than my buggies, I guess, so there's no point in farming for them. They're good as a backup though, if I really need to get some. Lava fishing is one of the best ways to get hard mode ores. Not anymore. You do not get hard mode ores from lava fishing anymore, you only get hellstone. I already have enough for hallowed armor, so it's kind of a moot point. That's true. Once I get more auric alchemy, I can just make hallowed armor. I kind of forgot that. I mean, tiki armor is nice, but a nice set of melee hallowed armor would be much better. Hellstone crates do give hard mode ore though, just pre-hard mode ore, no? I don't think they give any ores other than hellstone now. I think they give hellstone and obsidian, but I do not think that they give hard mode ores anymore. Let me check obsidian crate first. Yeah, obsidian crate only gives hellstone and hellstone bars. Let me check hellstone crates. Oh, okay, the hellstone crates do give hard mode bars. Yeah, that's fair. I did not know that. Surface tundra. I swear I've never had so many quests for the snow biome. And I don't have the snow biome. This is very annoying. Are the enchanted boys better than your bug bait? No, no. The buggies are 40%, the enchanted night crawlers are 35. And with the amount of jungle that I've got, this is mostly renewable to get the buggies. Get masturbate from crates. Yes, that's the long-term plan. Once I've got much better fishing gear. This is really just the early game fishing. I mean, I'm still using a wood fishing pole, which is very, very sad. I would prefer pretty much anything else. It's literally the worst fishing pole in the game. It's probably also the first time that someone who isn't a complete noob to the game has ever used a wood fishing pole. Like, in what situations is a wood fishing pole useful and the best way that you can get started fishing? Usually you can get at least iron to make a reinforced one, or you can find Crimtane to get a flesh catcher, or Demonite to make a Fisher of Souls or whatever it's called. Or you can like find a scarab pole or a reinforced fishing pole in the desert or jungle. But yeah, for this, it's weird that the wood one is the best. Some people use it for summoning Duke. That's only if they've never done fishing in the playthrough before, I guess. Like, if you've already been fishing, there's no point in using it for Duke even. Just use whatever pole you've got. Although, maybe people who use quote-unquote quality of life mods that give you like 10 fishing bobbers on higher tier fishing rods will use the wood fishing pole for Duke, just so they don't get 10 Dukes at once. Which accessory would you be happiest about right now? High test line. High test would be nice, yeah. I would take any of them, to be honest. Any of the fishing ones are really useful at this point. I'm going to need them all eventually, so I don't mind too much what order I get them in. Could I get Chumcaster from Blood Moon? Yes, I could. But I don't know if that'll be any quicker than just trying to wait until I've got better fishing gear through quests. Because realistically, it's only taken me like a minute or 2 minutes at most to do the quest. It's just the sleeping in between them that takes the time. So like with a Chumcaster, I'd maybe take that minute to 2 minutes down to like 40 seconds to a minute and 20 seconds. And I just don't know if it's worth the maybe 20 minutes of Blood Moon fishing that it would take to do that. I just wish there was something that I could do productive in between fishing quests. Could set up a bed in the sand pit and coin a sand line. I could. That would be somewhat productive, but I don't know how necessary it's going to be. That's the thing, is I feel like so many of the things that I could do that would technically be productive aren't going to be necessary. Like, I've probably got enough sand, considering I'll be able to make sand piles soon and then use those to get more sand at the extractinator. So like, it's probably fine. Caught in desert. Watch me now eat my words because I don't have enough sand to make a desert. I think you only need 300 blocks in Skyblock, right? Where's my ammo? Did I use up all my wet rockets? I think I might have. That's fine, I can buy more. Comedic timing. No, it's fine. I can get a desert biome going really quickly. Once I get somewhere with actual lava deep enough to craft, it is. Though, that's for sure. Yeah, that's 82 obsidian right there. It's not going to take long to get, to be honest. Let's get a little sandwich of water going here. No. Okay, that should be enough for a biome with what I've got there, to be honest. Antline fishing. Yep, it's antline fishing time. The annoying part is once I turn this into an oasis, I'll stop getting whatchamacallit, water leaf, or is it water leaf? I think it might be water leaf. That just sounds wrong when I say it. Ooh, pretty much the perfect amount, I have to say. That was satisfying. Right, and I think if I go over here, I should still be in the biome, so I'll just make the water over here. And then it should be far enough from that I should still get things spawning there. Or I should still get it counting as places that water leaf can spawn. Just put 299 sand, put a desert switch maybe. Yeah, I could probably get that with the sand that's on this side. Are we waiting for slime rain? Maybe read the title again. I feel like you might be missing something. We're technically done with the waiting, other than in between each night to get the quests done. Isn't desert the best place to fish for money and food buffs? Maybe? I don't know. It would make sense. I think a lot of the fish here do sell for a bit more money than the average biome. That's not why we're here though. That was just to get the quest fish for the day. Let's put these away. Ooh, our first set of master bait. And some iron ore. Is that enough iron ore to make a reinforced rod? I think it is. Question is, do I want to do that or do I want to save my iron for other stuff? Because I've not got much of it. Angler earring. Nice. Yeah, let's save the bait for when I'm doing actually good fishing. So that's 4 there, 5, 6, and then 3. So I've got 9 lead bars in total. It is enough for a rod. Thing is, that's like a stopgap rod. Realistically, I'm probably not going to do my proper fishing until I've got a golden one. So is it worth actually going through the effort or spending the resources to make a reinforced rod now? I just don't know if it is. Can I mix? Yeah, I'm actually not sure if I can mix the two. I don't watch lives, but watching this makes me feel like I'm watching Mona Lisa get painted. Thank you very much. I wouldn't go that far. Okay, sleeping time. You believe most any iron bar recipe lets you mix. Okay, well, I think we'll save it for now. We've only got 30 quests in total to do, really. We should get everything we need from 30. And well, I don't know how many we've done. We've maybe done 4 quests in total. Should hopefully not take a crazy amount of time. Yeah, I've already done 5 actually, because I've got the fuzzy carrot. So I think we're a 1/5 of the way there when it comes to quests, and for a lot of that time we didn't have the bed. So the bed speeds up by 5 times as well. What is the game plan even? Get better fishing gear and then do lots of fishing for heart crystals. Will you keep questing after if you need some equipment still? Yeah, I probably will. If I haven't got full equipment, and I guess it's still useful for the potions, but it won't be my priority. The priority will be just getting golden crates, or I guess titanium crates, since we're in hard mode for heart crystals. Why don't you improve anglers' happiness? It buffs quest rewards. That is a very good idea. What makes the angler happy? I forgot that was a thing, and I made a video on it. Right, living preferences. Okay, party girl I can't get, demolitionist I can get, tax collector I can't get. So ocean with demolitionist is going to be my best bet. Let's do that while it's night. Right, you two are being moved out. Wait, does Skyblock not remove happiness stuff? Or For the Worthy removes happiness, no? There's a certain seed that removes happiness, and I can't remember which one it is. Remix removes it. Okay, okay. So have I still got full coverage here? Looks like it. Okay, you're now homeless, but that's fine. I'll move you in here. Is the dye trader also gonna be complaining? Yeah. Dye trader I don't really need, so I'll just move him up here. Could check prices to see if they're affected. Yeah, I mean, even just... Yeah, I'm assuming this is like a base price of 10 and it's being reduced to 9.50. Underground caverns. Let's get that one done. $113 damage. Brilliant. This is me with mid-hard mode armor now as well. It's not even like I'm still using Ancient Cobalt. If there was no happiness, there would be no happiness button in dialogue menu. Ah, smart. Okay, fishing potions are helpful eventually, but I would prefer accessories for now. Either way, I'm just glad I can get that quest done. That's the main thing. It doesn't really matter what I get from the quest, as long as I can finish the quest. Do slimes make that much of a difference? Yes. They make all the difference. 1.4.5 made Skyblock basically just slime block. Like everything you can think of you can get from slimes. So removing them makes the game very, very different. It's a lot to explain, so it might be better just to wait for the video to come out if you haven't been keeping up with the streams. I would say just removing the slimes takes it back to the difficulty of a pre-1.4.5 Skyblock. Like, just that one thing. I mean, harder than some. I would say this is, like, harder than Shimmering Skies or Shimmerblock. I mean, Shimmerblock had the medium core requirement, which did add a different type of difficulty in that it was much more punishing when you did fail, Like every time you died, you had to then get back to your drops before you could leave the world, which is a really big problem in medium core. I think Relogic need to do something to make medium core more approachable. If your items were stored in a grave, so then you could leave the world before your items despawn, that would be great. Because at the moment, if you die in the underground jungle in medium core and drop all of your items, you need to go back before you leave the world. And if you're feeling like rage quitting because you've just died in the underground jungle in a bullshit way, you're probably not feeling like you want to go back there. You might just want to take a break for a while. And the way medium core is structured does not allow that. Good luck. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, the main things with slimes is that they're the new way to get life other than fishing. So I had to make a very elaborate progression to get water, to get fishing. And now that I've got that, I can hopefully slowly get life crystals from titanium crates. When I played medium core for the first time, I ended up cheating my items back in whenever I had to leave and I was dead. Yeah. I mean, the solution is there in modded Minecraft. Just take what they did with graves there and port it over to medium core. And just make it so that when you die, there's a special grave that gets spawned in medium core that stores all of your items like a chest. And maybe it would have to be an entity rather than an item, or rather than a block, because I know that sometimes the existing gravestones struggle to spawn. Or a very Terraria thing would be to make it an entity that you have to then kill. Like make it a buffed zombie. And at each stage of the progression, the zombie that spawns when you die gets a bit harder or something. Or maybe it just has the same health number as you. So at the start of the game it only has 100 health, and you can kill it reasonably easy, but then in the end game it maybe has 500 or 600 health, depending on your potions, and maybe it inherits your defense as well. If you're doing a really tanky build, it's going to have like 150 defense, and you're going to have to try and kill it with that. Each time you do damage, it's going to do like 3 damage. Surface and underground. I think surface is probably going to be best for that, right? Not had to fish on the surface yet. Let's go do it at the one over here. You're making it sound harder now. What, harder than letting your items despawn because you had to leave the world? I would take that. Maybe it could also have a boss bar and fly. Oh, and maybe it could shoot lasers. It's less about how difficult it is and more the finality of leaving the world in the moment. At least if it was difficult, you could plan for it and go in and like take a break. It's the fact that if you die in medium core, you can't take a break and then come back to it later. Because if you leave the world, your items get deleted. Okay, more crate potions is nice. Medium core embodies the ideal of never end on a loss. Yeah, it really does, to be fair. It's such a massive detriment to end on a loss in medium core that it just becomes part of your I guess your game plan to not end on a loss. That is a lot of enemies up there. Okay, and back to sleep. I missed one. Oh, well, it'll be gone now. Right, I'm gonna go grab more juice while I'm waiting. Back in a few. Alright, I'm back. Oh, you mean the Plantera's bulb I missed? Yeah. That was more intentional than an accident. What's the reason you're not using life fruits? I can't. You can't use life fruits until you've got full normal health. I am saving them for later though. So if I do ever get full health, I'll be able to use them then. It's just getting full health is going to require 10 extra life crystals than I quote unquote need. So it's going to be a big investment if I do want to get to full health. How are my different loadouts looking? Probably want to make this my fishing loadout eventually. Jungle juice, or do we not have greater heals? Jungle juice would be pointless at the moment because I've got 100 health. Since it heals 180 health, there's no point in crafting that. At the moment, my best heals are ironically the ones I get from presents, what are they called? The eggnog. Because that has a lower potion cooldown. And chances are I need to heal before I get to 0 health. So having a lower potion cooldown and being able to recover 80% of my health is better than having a longer potion cooldown and being able to recover 100%. feel like that shouldn't be a requirement. I know it's way too niche since most people have full HP before life rooting, but still weird. Yeah, it would be nice. I would like if you were able to use as many life fruits as you had hearts. So at the moment I would be able to use 5 and no more. And then if I used another life crystal, I'd be able to use a 6th life fruit to go along with it. And it would have made the second and third mechs a bit easier, because I maybe would have been able to take an extra hit. And especially it would have made Bookfish Run easier, because I think that would have been just enough health to be able to take like one hit every now and then. Sky Lakes and Surface. It's annoying how far the oasis spreads. Is it really going all the way over there? That's a bit much. Can you fish this question in the desert? I'm not sure, actually. Good point. Well, I can definitely fish it on the other end. What's this? Quest number 8 or something? I should get my first piece of armor soon. I'm gonna take that sand and put it on the other end so I can hopefully get more water leaf. Because I do think that that's going to be a big issue. Do you think we'll get 1.5 in the near future? I mean, let's be real, they did want to stop updating, but the game is very much popular, so no reason to not update it anymore. We're getting 1.4.6 and 1.4.7 eventually, I think, but I'm not sure about an actual like 1.5 update. Still desert over here? Yeah. I'm still sad about Terraria Otherworld. I was into Terraria late after that got cancelled, so I've never really been around for the hype of it, to be honest. It looked like more of a reimagining of Terraria rather than a sequel, which I think is maybe what would be in order. I think if they're going to do something Terraria related, try and do it either very different or like an evolution of Terraria. Like if one of those, like, this is what Minecraft would look like in the year 2027, back in like 2013. Like, make it like that, I guess. Because the main issue with Terraria development, as far as I understand, is that the engine that they're using is kind of at its limits. I mean, it runs really well and you can play it on any device, but they just can't really add much more. I mean, they only had 4 fluid slots, so if they wanted to add like a poison fluid, they wouldn't be able to, or if they wanted to add a P fluid, because, you know, it's relogic, they wouldn't be able to. 3D Terraria, oh no wait, that'll be Alumeria. I do need to check out Alumeria. Alumeria? I can't remember how to pronounce it exactly, but yeah, I've got that on my my list of games to check out. There's a new update coming soon, I'm pretty sure, which adds like NPCs and everything, so that'll be quite exciting to see. The problem is I keep saying that like I'm not going to work on more than 2 or 3 videos at a time. So because I'm working on this video and the beating Calamity Naked video, which I kind of have decided I want to get done before I start even a third project, I have so many things that I've like got ready to start in the background, but just I don't want to let myself be drawn in by a new project before finishing up some of the ones that I've got. Yeah, Allumeria. It's a kind of, I think it started off as a game that was heavily inspired by Minecraft, and then more and more Terraria influence has come into it over time, from what I understand. 2015 was 83 years ago, feel old yet. Yeah. A lot of life service games are starting to upgrade their engines due to the player base still being that massive. I mean, that's what issue Minecraft Java Edition's kind of having at the moment, is it's using a rendering engine from like the 1990s that has been discontinued for a long time, and they're now needing to upgrade to Vulkan, which is a massive undertaking from what I understand as well. Yeah, we're sleeping for fishing quests. At the moment, that's the best thing we can do, I think. I could technically start fishing with unoptimal gear, but I think it would take so long to get life crystals that way that it's just not worth the time. That's why Bedrock was supposed to be, but Bedrock is a buggy mess of a game. Yeah. I can't type Lumao. Yeah, you did say Lumgao. I'm wondering what Lumgao means. Laughing my goddamn ass off? That could work. Could Bloodmoon fish for the chumcaster? I could, yeah. I think that I may as well just tough it out with the wooden rod until I get... That's an annoying one to get. I may as well tough it out with the wooden rod until I get the golden one. Unless I get a like bramble crate while fishing in the jungle that gives me the fiberglass pole. But I'm hoping if we can get the initial quest grind done today and get the 30 quests done, then in the next stream I'll be able to actually start fishing for life crystals properly. The issue is that it takes like 5 minutes of sleeping per quest, and if I get a quest like that I can't use, like I can't get the hallowed, it's going to take another 5 minutes of sleeping to get to the next one, and it takes me from 12 quests an hour to maybe only like 7 or 8 quests an hour. Wouldn't the increased fishing power supplement crates while fishing for quests? Technically, yeah. You can make a watch now, by the way. Ooh. If I can, that would be great. No, I've still not got enough platinum. That's only 8 platinum. And I'm pretty sure it needs 10 or maybe even more. Right? Oh, that's only 6. I did not realise how many ores it took for that. Yeah, it's 10. So I actually need 40 ores in total. I could make a reinforced pole. Could be worth making a reinforced bowl just for the faster hook time, to be honest. I'm hoping that if we ever do get a Terraria 2, it is made in collaboration with the people behind modloader, which wouldn't surprise me because they do work with Relogic. And you would have a built-in modding framework into the game and not require a separate launcher at all. And it would just be like ready to go. You'd be able to open Terraria in Steam and just download mods, or Terraria 2 in Steam and just download mods straight away. And then each time the game updated, you would just have to update the mods instead of updating the mod loader and then updating the mods. Because at the moment, there's like a 6 to 12 month wait after Terraria updates for mod loader to update as well. Which is fine, because they're doing really good work on it. I mean, they make it easier for developers every time they update. So I'm not complaining, I want to make that clear. But yeah, it'd be nice to get that in a Terraria 2. %, instead of 5% is also a ×3. Yeah, but I mean, it's additive rather than multiplicative. It's not like it's going to be 3 times faster. Because fishing power is based on a very complex set of requirements and criteria. Overall, the amount of time I'm actually spending fishing for the quest fish is quite minimal. It's just the sleeping time in between that's the issue. I have literally every part of the shelf phone except the tally counter because we haven't killed Skeletron. I think I'm kind of in the same boat other than the fishing ones as well. I've got one of the fishing ones, I need to get another 2. And then I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I've got some in a chest that I'm not keeping on me as well. I've got to make the clock. I think I've maybe got one of the other ones somewhere. We truly evolved from fishing to napping. I can get behind that. Yeah. And yes, this will become a video. I'm just finishing up the Beating Calamity Naked one first. I'm up to the Exomix on that when it comes to editing now, so should hopefully be done in the next week or so. The problem really was Yaren, because I did not know how to compress 36 hours of me fighting Yaren into like a satisfying segment of a video, and I'm still not sure if it's any good, but I did what I could, is how I will put it. I did want to convey the absolute pain that was involved in that, and I think I did a decent enough job. Not the pain, more just the stubbornness, I guess. That's the only thing that got me through that Yaren fight, was just going back every time to just continue trying, no matter what. Angler hat. Okay, so I think that's the first piece of angler gear that you get, right? Or is the first piece supposed to be the leggings? Did we get that one randomly, or did I get that because it's the set quest? I think it's 1 in 7 for the line breaking, and I don't think fishing power has an effect. Okay, the definite quests are... Yeah, Angler Hat is guaranteed on the 10th quest. Okay, so we're a third of the way to the golden fishing rod. I think we just stick with the wood fishing pole. It'll also be kind of funny to go from the literal worst fishing pole in the game to the best. Yeah, no shimmer, so it wouldn't help to do that, I'm afraid. It would actually hinder, because then you'd have duplicates, and you'd destroy the chance of getting, like, a second item, as opposed to just a duplicate of the first. Modern green alchemy, wood to gold. Yeah, just with the power of fish. Still got a good amount of buggies. I could go for more, but the aim is just to get a big pile of masturbate before I actually start doing proper fishing. I've had one titanium crate, yeah. Did not get a life crystal, of course. Pretty sure it's just the one I've had. I don't think I've had more than one. I'm wondering if it would be worth waiting to get an enchanted sundial before I get before I use the first life crystal, because then if I get a blood moon I can skip it as opposed to having to wait the like 8 minutes to get through night. Get Mithril Anvil and make Captain Hat for absolutely no benefit. It would have a benefit of extra defense. Should actually put that on. I don't think it's worth setting up a different loadout yet. Get some of these. Guess that's all we're getting. Jungle. Jungle I can do. Yeah, I gives Evil Bosk of Skeletron, that's the progression. Mudfish. Fish hook. Useless. Thanks for nothing. If I keep that in my inventory, will I not get a duplicate of it, or is that not one of the items that counts for duplicates? is only the accessories that count. No, just the info accessories or the fishing and utility accessories. Okay, is there any way to make him happier than he currently is? I don't think there's any way for me to get the party girl. That's the only other one that would potentially increase his happiness. But it's 20 NPCs now, which is a lot. Should be at least sleeping when I'm looking at this. Let me check how many NPCs I can theoretically get. Okay, so I've got Angler. Could I technically get the Golfer now? Does he need walls to spawn in front of? That's my question. Let me check the spawning requirements for him. They require unsafe walls still. Damn. Okay, so still on the one Angler. Wizard. Oh, this is just the list of rescuable NPCs. That's not even in order. Right, so in order: Guide, Merchant, Demolitionist, Dye Trader, Angler, Zoologist, Painter, Arms Dealer, Witch Doctor, Wizard, Truffle, Steampunker, Cyborg. And then in terms of pets, we've got the cat, and we could probably get the dog. So that's 15. I'm 5 off. If I get 1 life crystal, I can get the nurse, which would take me up to 16. I think that would be about as good as I could get until 200 health. Do I have enough for a dog? I'm not sure. I don't know yet, actually. Let me check. Do I already have a dog? There's a cat there. I'm pretty sure I do have the dog already. Yeah, I've got a dog. Do I have enough for a bunny? Dog license, no. 36. What's the amount for the bunny? 45%. So we're 9% off of that. Chances are low that we can get that anytime soon. You need the life for the Legion Globe Summon, yeah. So I think I'm still locked behind 200 health for the party girl. Do you have the Surly Slime? Read the title. I think I've got a lot of the gem critters. I don't think I can get too many more of them. And yeah, like we say, that would only take me up to 17. I would still be 3 off. Technically, the traveling merchant counts. The old man counts, but I still need 200 health for him. So with the traveling merchant, I'm only 2 off. Yeah, I just don't think I can get it until 200 health. Unless there's some way of getting the golfer that I can't see. Can I make a spider nest to get the stylist, or do I need shimmer for that? Yeah, I need shimmer for infested spider walls. Yeah, town slimes are also prohibited. I can get a list of all the prohibited things, I guess. Most of the things that have slime, plus a few others. Yeah, all the town slimes are disabled. Critters, I don't know what critters are disabled. Ah, slimed bunny and the mystic frog, which turns into a slime. Underground in caverns, that's a good one. I don't think I can get the golfer, no. I'm 1 off if skeleton merchant counts. I don't think skeleton merchant does count. Like I say, that's only if I get 1 life crystal as well to get the nurse, so. I haven't cured the lost soul yet, no, because I don't have the dryads to make purification powder. So I sadly can't do that. More great potions is good. There's not much point in using them just now though. I may as well wait until I've got a full fishing loadout. What I will do is try and get some more buggies though. Maybe kill Moonlord and shimmer Vile Powder for purification powder. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. That can't take that long. Right? Picking these up so that they can actually get other ones, because there's a limit to how many you can have on screen, I think. Oh, finally my first actual buggy. can try placing sand underground to see if the golfer spawns. Nothing better to do. The wiki says that that won't work. It doesn't matter if they're in a desert biome, they only need the unsafe sandstone walls. No point doing something that I know won't work to test if it'll work. The wiki lies. Are you saying that I can get the golfer with just sand? I'm pretty sure I can't. I don't think like the underground desert exists without walls. Or do you just mean generally that the wiki lies? Because I'll agree with that. Can you get tattered cloth from the goblins from the Katifa? Yeah, I've already got tattered cloth. And you don't need to get them from the Katifa goblins, you can just get it from regular goblins. In fact, I don't think you get it from the Katifa goblins. Yeah, you could have seen a regular goblin there. Yeah, generally, yeah. I'm not sure if you can. You can get spiky balls though, weirdly. Why not just get tattered cloth regularly? Yeah, I guess if you can get the Kativa spawns, you can probably get the tattered cloth. The goblins don't have any, or the goblin scouts don't have any health requirement. The health requirement is for using the goblin battle standard. The wiki says you can get unsafe walls by Contaminator somehow. You can by like corrupting regular sandstone or hardened sandstone walls and then spraying them with purification powder or like green solution, but you can't get hardened sandstone walls or sandstone walls without a solidifier. Where are you at with the Calamity Naked runs? Have you paused that because it's extremely hard and you would rather do something easier that's not skill based? It's finished. The streams are finished. The video I'm still editing the final part of. I'm up to the exomex on the editing. But yeah, the run finished a couple of months ago, I think. Maybe a month ago? 1 or 2 months ago? But yeah, the Yaren part of the beating Calamity Naked run was a different kind of challenge to anything I've done before. I think before that, the worst a boss had been is maybe like 8 or 10 hours of attempts, and then Naked Yaren comes out at like 36 hours of just trying to beat Yaren. I mean, Pause, you joke, but even the editing of it was quite a challenge. Like, how do you make that much time somewhat interesting to watch while still being authentic to how it happened? I could obviously just skip over it and be like, yep, beat Yaren after 36 hours, here's a few clips from the eventual fight and get through it in 30 seconds, but that would not feel authentic to the actual experience of doing it. Do you think T-Mobile should also get like mods and stuff? What, you mean the phone provider in the UK? It's a company in the UK that does phones. I know you mean Terraria Mobile. I think the issue with getting mods on mobile is more of an issue with rights when it comes to, or more of an issue with security when it comes to like Android and Apple, because they don't want you to just download anything and anything onto your everything and anything onto your device. Did you consider making a keg for easier to get tipsy? I could do that. I've got loads of sake though. I've got 559 sake. And yet, why have I not decided to get more health? It's not really a decision as much as it is a grind. I decided to get more health at the start of the playthrough, and everything I've been doing up to now is in service of that. Everything up to and including now, should I say. There's another one in the bestiary, I think. Right, I'm going to be back in a second. I'm going to mute myself. Alright, I am back. I had to take a call. And I'm aware that I was muted for the last quest. I was still on the call then, and didn't feel like unmuting for it. Or it would be weird to unmute while I'm on a call to family. Wow, the solar eclipse spawn rate is quite high. It did say Sky Lakes, right? Okay, let's maybe get a wall up here. So it was your cat playing for you? No, I was playing, I was just still on the phone. I was doing both at the same time. Butcher just in the spawn box. That makes sense. It was a slime playing for him. Yes, yes. I've taken the slimes from the game and put them in real life. Okay, it should be safer down here, I think. Although I'll still have the increased spawn rate. I wonder if I could use that to get more critters, or if it does not apply to critters at all. Probably doesn't apply to critters at all, I imagine. Does anything from Eclipse help, or Duke outclasses it? Duke outclasses it. I don't think I could get anything there that would help. I've got Duke wings, so the Mothron ones wouldn't help. I've got Duke weapons, so none of the weapons would help. I think that's really it in terms of things I could get from it. If I wanted to make the Zenith once I'm done playing, I could do it to get the whatchamacallit, the Broken Hero Sword. But I don't think there's any need to do that really. I think once I've beaten Moonlord, the game is done. Pixel. Yeah, you get the Pixel from Plantera in Skyblock. Because you get the things to make a artificial jungle temple, and it doesn't really want to soft lock you, so it gives you the Pixel as well, just so you can break those blocks if you need to. Makes sense in my mind. Let's keep that and we'll cook it. Don't really think there's much I can do right now. What's the lamest item you can get from Shimmer? Stone. It probably is stone. That's like one of the last things I'll get in this playthrough, if I even bother to get it. Nice tree build, by the way. Yeah, thank you. It was nicer before I had to like spawn-proof this whole area around it by placing the walls and the candy cane blocks. But it's still nice enough. This is the only aesthetic build in the world, really. The rest of them are very much function over form. I mean, I say the rest of them as if it's not just arenas of multiple kinds. And hopefully for Moonlord, I won't need an arena. I'll just be able to use the underground section or just fly around the top. Lamest item is cloud in a bottle. That might be true, actually. I also technically don't need... I don't need Shimmer to get stone. I could get stone from the brown solution, I think you get stone from, right? Yeah, we've got dirt. We've got dirt being turned into mud here. I could harvest some of that, but I don't think I need mud anymore. It's weird, because we're simultaneously pre-Eye of Cthulhu and also, like, post-Golem in a way, because I've got the Pixel. It's a weird juxtaposition of different areas of progression. Let me get the music started again. Because I don't think Golem will be too much of an issue once we've got the health, and I don't think Cultist will be too much of an issue once we can spawn him. It's going to be a fairly easy playthrough after the fishing. If the Eye is easy as Duke, then we're cruising. I have a feeling the Eye might be a little bit easier than Duke Fish Ron. Yeah, I'm not sleeping because it's an eclipse. Waiting for that to go through first. I've already done the fishing quest for today. Got the angler vest, which is nice. There goes most of my defense. I mean, I could go grab my crate potions and try and fish in here. I don't know if that's worthwhile. I could do it without the fishing potions and crate potions, but then that feels even less worthwhile. This is what I really need the thing for, the what do you call it? I think let's just skip days. .99% of fishermen quit before they hit that titanium crate. I don't quit is the thing. I just come back later. Whether that's like a day later, an hour later, or 7 months later is another matter. I did once come back to a playthrough 7 months later. That was the Daggers only playthrough in Calamity. I think that might have been more than 7 months actually, because it started out as like my second playthrough on my channel, I think. Or maybe, no, maybe the 3rd or 4th playthrough. And then I came back to it like 3 years later to actually do the run. After that, Yaren, I really can't deny you're a persistent hunter. Thank you, thank you. It does feel weird to do a playthrough like that when I have seen videos of like other people doing challenges, and when they're struggling on Yaren, well, this is like going back a few years, they'll have used mods that like allowed them to get post-Yaren stuff early because they're using Alchemist NPC, or well, they'll originally have Alchemist NPC on and be using all the potions from that. They give you like a dodge and a dash and knockback immunity. And then even with that, they'll be struggling against Yaren, and they'll take... They'll start a new character with the name Jetstream Sam, so they can get the Muramasa early game, and then they're still struggling with Yaren, and it's like, you're not even playing the challenge anymore. Like, yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of YouTubers that go through a challenge in a very inauthentic way, which I try to avoid as much as possible. I'd say the least authentic thing I did was in the no item pickups run when I had to use the projectile limit with the Nord. I'm still not really happy with the fact I had to do that, but I genuinely couldn't find any other way. And that playthrough was so weird anyway that I felt it was kind of fake. How close are we to... Don't know why there's a Frankenstein just standing there, that's quite annoying. Okay, another 3 or 4 minutes maybe. Could go take out the wall of flesh real quick. As in, like, before he gets to this part and kills the merchant, maybe? I think that would be possible. Should probably have had a mage loadout for that, though. Because the bubble gun will be the quickest way. Although I'm still close to dying, yeah. Can't take him out that quickly. Can you put grandfather clocks everywhere until you get watch? I could do. How do you craft those, actually? I thought you needed a type of watch to craft those in the first place, to be honest. Like a copper watch or tin watch. Making up more challenges inside the challenge. Yeah, sometimes you gotta zhuzh it up a bit. Glass, iron, and wood at a sawmill. How much iron does it use? Because iron is a scarce resource at the moment. Typhoon might be better for the start of the wall of flesh there. Yeah, I think so. Or flare on by shooting it out and managing to hit multiple things with the actual flail itself. It uses 3 iron bars. Yeah, that's probably too much, sadly. Yeah, still got the moon charm on, so I should see when it's night. That's my clock at the moment, is the moon charm. When I turn into a werewolf, I know it's night. Yeah, I'll get notified when it's over, yeah. I just wanted to see how close I was. I want to know how long I'm going to suffer before I go through the suffering. No way you get impatient now. Nah, it's fine. Yeah, precise time will be good for fishing. But by the time I've got precise timing, or by the time I've got all of the fishing stuff I want, I don't think I did not get notified that the solar eclipse is over. So I did need the moon charm. I wouldn't have expected the merchant to arrive at night. That's odd. I thought NPCs usually only arrive during the day. Watch me get another eclipse. I'm just waiting for it to happen. I feel like it's gonna happen. Nope, we're good. Surface tundra. Okay, that was a waste. Waste of about 20 minutes. Probably not as long as 20, probably like 16 to 18 minutes there that I spent getting through that day. Can you get ice from chili bombs and water? The Demolitionist only sells those after beating, I think, either just the Eye of Cthulhu or one of the first bosses. Whether that's like Eye of Cthulhu or King Slime or the evil boss. But yeah, you need 200 for Frost Legion, for pirates, and for goblins, sadly. The playthrough is trapped behind 200 health at this point. And I think, while it's not technically trapped behind the best fishing loadout, I may as well not try and get the best, or I may as well not try and do a bunch of fishing until I get the best fishing loadout. Because it's just inefficient otherwise. Oh hey Tubsy, how you doing? Without context, you should drop this run's milestone chart in a Terraria Discord. Guys, am I doing it right? Like Plantera to Golem to 200 HP. Well, yeah, I could technically do Golem with 100 HP, but it wouldn't benefit me much. I guess, would it be fun to do Golem with 100 HP? How bad would it be? How much of Golem is difficult when he's enraged? The problem is doing Golem wouldn't help much at the moment. Next eclipse you can find out. Yeah, maybe. It'd certainly be a quicker way of getting the spawn items, because I can use the spawn boost from eclipses. I do have good weapons, yeah. These are kind of tiered to be post Golem. The problem is I would be one hit from anything. Even with full Tiki armor, I'd be one hit. If I could get enough Orichalcum for an anvil and then make hallowed armor, I think I'd be able to take down Golem pretty... not easily, but it would be doable within a few attempts. I feel like in this fishing challenge part of the playthrough, I haven't fished in about half an hour. Yeah, either 200 or 500 HP. There wouldn't be much point in grinding all the way to like 380 and then not just grinding for the last one to get to 500. Because I've already got the life fruits just sitting there. Jungle surface. I could set up a pond here. Because this counts as jungle, right? Yeah, let's do that. Okay, that is an issue. I suppose the water surface only needs to be at the top. I don't need to be at the top. Or the full water doesn't need to be at the top, just the surface. So if I go under here, this could be the surface of the water. Just make a big pool down here. Okay. First turtle shell, I think. What's stopping you from running away with Razor's Blade Typhoon? What, for Golem? I guess nothing. Again, I just don't know what benefit it would get. Maybe a few better accessories, I guess. is that going to count that as being in the way? Get rid of this block, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, I think that should count as surface jungle. Can I get rid of that conveyor belt and still have them work? Yeah, I might want to get another. It's a lot of RPMs. Great, could get a thing from that. We did not get a thing from that. I'll have the pet turtle for a while. We're changing out the pets every now and then. The heart chance is 1 in 8 once you've got what do you call it? The crate. And the crate is dependent on your fishing power. Okay, I should maybe start making an ores chest that is separate from all the other stuff that I'm getting. Those aren't really things that I want in there, actually. Gotta decorate as we go though, you know? Is there a way to obtain a Hellforge? Yes, there's 2 actually. You get one from killing Skeletron for the first time if you've not got a Hellforge placed, and you can get it from fishing in lava, which I can do if I get either a hotline fishing rod or a golden bug net to catch lava bait. So you can have Shroomite armor before the eye. Technically, yeah. Although I think the best armor would probably just be Hallowed. There's a good chance I just stick with Hallowed till the end of the game. Or I guess I could go really tanky and go with Beetle. Anything after Hallowed Armor feels less like a big upgrade, to be honest. Spectre is good, but Spectre will be so much effort in this playthrough to go through like making the artificial dungeon and everything. I say that, it probably wouldn't take that long. Yeah, Spectre is good, Shroomite's pretty mid. Beetle is good, but you know, Turtle is kind of a bit of a mix of the best of both. And Hallowed gives you the dodge, which is potentially bigger than the damage reduction and defense of the higher tier melee sets. If anything, I think that Valhalla is probably better than Beetle and Shroomite and all that. Could just go for a mixed set with Old One Army for a good mix of stats. Desert I can do, thank you. So we do have some whatchamacallit going there, which the Sharknadoes are probably gonna destroy. Did they destroy? Maybe. Okay, more crate potions. It'll be useful eventually. I might not need to craft my own crate potions, which is good because that's going to be post 200 health. What are we on, like 12 or 13 quests now? It feels like that solar eclipse kind of destroyed the progress we were making, because I could have got 3 or 4 quest fish in the amount of time it took to get through that solar eclipse. Probably just 3 to be fair, not 4. Angler Vest is at least 15 quests. I thought Angler Vest was 10, but it might be 15. Yeah, if it's 15, that's much better than I thought. Yeah, it must be 15. You're right. Unless I got it randomly and not one of the guaranteed ones. Or no, that isn't one of the ones that you can get randomly, is it? It is just guaranteed on the 15th. So I must be about 17 or 18 quests through. Okay, we're more than halfway there to the golden fishing rod. If we can get that today, that'll be a good end point for the stream, I think. Hopefully all this fishing will get me a good amount of potions too, so I won't have to craft those myself. If I can get iron skin through this, and get like swiftness and all sorts, then that's less stuff I have to do myself later on. Yeah, Eclipse plus Tundrafish kinda screwed me over, I have to say. That was genuinely like half an hour of nothing. Hello, Melted Fridge. Glad to hear that you enjoy the videos. You're legit excited for the Yaren supercut. The supercut is just the streams, to be honest. I don't think there's going to be a supercut in terms of like a 40-minute version of that, because even the 40-minute version would not be anywhere close to the 36 hours it actually took in real life. I think at the moment it's like 13 minutes or something of Yaren in the final video, which I think is long enough. I think it's the longest I've spent on any section for a single boss for any video that I've done. 40 minutes death montage. Well, if I showed a second from each individual fight, just 1 second from each fight, it would still take 10 minutes to get through that section of the video. So like, even to show a death montage including every death, say I included 4 seconds from each, that would be 40 minutes. I've gotten this far without life crystals. Is it possible to get them in Skyblock? It is now, yes. Now that I've unlocked fishing post Plantera because of the grenade launcher and wet rockets, I can technically get life crystals from fishing, but I'm waiting to get better fishing gear first. Because I'd rather start the grind with the best gear I can possibly get, rather than start wasting time here before I've got really good gear. Yeah, it's a 1 in 8 from gold and titanium crates, so I could technically open that crate and get one, which would be quite nice. Let's see. Nope, sadly not. The chances are very, very low each time I open a crate. I think it's the first tungsten I've got, either in ore or bar form. Another goldfish trophy to add to the collection of random paintings and trophies. I wonder if it's worth it to fish until 6 AM every day for the fishing power boost if you get the quest fish before. I don't think so. Not until I've got a watch that can show me when it gets to 6 AM, and it's probably not worth it with the wooden fishing pole, and it's probably not worth it without using potions. Like, I don't have renewable bait really from fishing itself. I've got renewable bait by destroying jungle plants, but not just a basic level of like, the more crates I bring in, the more bait I get. That's true, but you're waiting 5 minutes for nothing. I'm not waiting 5 minutes for nothing. I'm waiting 5 minutes to then get my next quest, and each quest I do gets me closer to 30 quests where I get the golden fishing rod. Every time I do a quest, it's helping. Even if that quest itself doesn't help. I mean, that one did. It got me 4 great potions, which are quite useful. Where am I at in terms of great potions now? 21 crate potions, 5 sonars, and 8 fishing. Okay, so it is sonar potions I'm lowest on, weirdly. But yeah, that's 25 minutes. No, that's 40 minutes of sonar potions, which is very nice. And yeah, I'm sleeping so that time goes by much faster. If I was to fish, it would probably take me closer to 10 minutes to do each quest rather than the current like 5 to 6 minutes. But to be honest, it's probably currently taking 6 to 6.5 minutes. And if I was to continue fishing until 6 AM, it would be taking me 10 minutes. And that's without all of my potions that will eventually help me get much more crates. Is it worth it to try and go for an enchanted sundial? I did wonder that, but I'm just not sure it's going to be that feasible with the fishing gear that I've got at the moment. The golden fishing rod is close enough. Grand scheme of things, we'll get there reasonably soon. I'm gonna move this to this loadout and start using that for fishing stuff. Or once I've got the angler pants, I'll start using it for fishing stuff. "20 minutes saved every 2.5 hours. Ignoring bed 5 times. I think it's more saved than that. Because a normal day is 24 minutes. So when you're going 5 times faster, and the time it takes to do the actual fishing for the quest fish, I would say it takes about 6 minutes. And 6 minutes is a lot less than 24 minutes. And I would rather 20 minutes fishing with full buffs than spacing it out and not having buffs. Caverns. It takes like 1 minute for the day skip animation though. What, you mean it takes like a minute to start? It doesn't. It doesn't take that long. It takes like 5 seconds to get the animation started. It's annoying that we're still just getting apprentice bait. It's very useful. Useless. You lied, it's 20 seconds. It definitely doesn't take 20 seconds to start speeding that up. Maybe 20 seconds in game, but not 20 seconds of like real life time. Okay, so a full day, if you sleep through it, takes 4 minutes and 48 seconds. And I'd say it takes about a minute and 12, a minute and a half to do the fishing quest, so it's probably about 6 minutes. Oh, are you talking about the animation for the sundial? You're not talking about the animation for sleeping. I thought you were talking about the fact that time doesn't start advancing immediately after you sleep. It takes like maybe 2 or 3 seconds, maybe 5 seconds to actually get to the point where time starts speeding up. Okay, I understand now, sorry about that. So when you were saying it saves 20 minutes every 2.5 hours, you meant because of the solar eclipse chances. Yeah, I think it would probably take longer than 20 minutes to fish for it though, with the current gear. So I don't think it would save time in the long run. Have you tried getting the Chumcaster from the Blood Moon? I have not. Again, that's one of those where I don't think the time investment in doing that now would be worth it, considering it only takes 30 seconds or so each time we get a quest fish, and a Chumcaster might take that down to 20 seconds instead. The main time expenditure at the moment is just sleeping to get to the quest fish. You would also get Chum, which is a fishing buff on its own. It is, but it's usually not worth using. Ah, so once you get the golden rod, you'll get the Chumcaster. Wait a minute. Yeah, that's the thing, is I don't need to do that eventually. I do need to probably fish in the jungle eventually, so it would maybe make sense to fish for the fiberglass pole, but even then I don't know if it's worth it. Probably move the putrid set to my fishing loadout. I'll use that. I've already got one there. Long mushroom fields. That might be low-key better than Sharknado Staff. It might actually be. You may be right with that one. Angler pants. Okay, so we are 20 quests through now. 10 to go. I would say that might be like an hour of fishing. And then that'll take us up to about 5 hours of streaming, maybe. Not that bad. Right, let's get to bed and start changing our loadout then. Now that I've got all 3. Oops. Here for that. What else is worth having on my fishing loadout? I guess a star cloak for if I get fixed, and a cross necklace for if I get hit. Other than that, it's all much of a muchness. Spore sack, yes, spore sack would be good. You're right. It's a decent enough fishing loadout then, I'd say. I like how I've got a warrior emblem, as if I'm not mostly just using magic weapons. I might go make a coffee in real life. I'll be back in a few. I'm gonna go make a coffee. Alright, I'm back. Could probably get a quest done while my coffee brews, and then I can go pour it. What are all these from? These from bats, probably. Yeah. Did this British man just say coffee? Don't you dare call me British again. I'm Scottish. Yeah, we don't really have a thing about tea in Scotland. That's more of an English thing. The obsession with tea is very much like a north of England thing. People do like tea in Scotland as well, just nowhere near as much as it's a thing in England. It's not a cultural thing in Scotland, at least. It's more just like, it's an option. Britain is not as much of a monoculture as a lot of people outside of Britain seem to think. And it would seem even some people inside Britain think. I think a lot of people from the north of England seem to think that Scotland is just like an offshoot of the north of England. And it's very different. As can be seen from the Americans' reaction to the World Cup guests, I guess. Oh yeah, I don't have any problem with jokes. I know you're joking, don't worry. I'm Canadian, I low-key have no idea what the difference is between like England, Britain and Scotland. Well, England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland are all part of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Great Britain is like the mainland part of Britain, and then there's the British Isles, which is like the mainland part of Britain with the islands off the side of Britain, and then Great Britain and Northern Ireland are like the United Kingdom as a whole, which is where the like Westminster Parliament is in charge of, I guess. Right, I'm gonna go pour my coffee. I'll be back in a few. Alright, I'm back. Is it just about to turn night, or is it just about to turn day? I think it's about to turn night. Yeah. I think British Isles includes Ireland, but I don't think they'd appreciate it. It might. To be fair, it does even confuse me as a resident of the UK. British Isles are a geographical term, not a political one. Okay, okay. Yeah, so does the British Isles include the Republic of Ireland as well then, maybe? That could be the case. This is the sort of thing that even people in Britain will get wrong, so don't feel bad if you don't understand it either. Okay, yeah, the British Isles does include Ireland. You folks over on them isles really did some wild history stuff then, huh? Yeah, our history is pretty long. I've seen people, I've heard stories of people who've like gone to America and they're in this like home that's being used as a museum that's from like the 1700s, and everyone's like, oh, this is such an old building, and the British person was like, this is just the average Weatherspoons. Like, our average pub is older than the oldest buildings in America. So like, what is a really long time ago in history for an American is seen as much more recent in other parts of the world. I'm not saying that's like an issue, I'm saying it's just an interesting like psychological quirk based on the like architecture that you have around you and the history that has survived. Because there's a lot of history in America that just hasn't survived because of colonialism. And the same goes for all parts of the world. There's a lot of history from before the current like iteration of Britain that has been destroyed. It's just that was a lot longer ago than the current iteration of Britain. I've checked in periodically over 3 hours and we're still in exactly the same bed. What's the goal? I'm currently just sleeping through each day to get to the next and then do the fishing quest for that day. And the aim is to get to 30 fishing quests so that I can get the golden fishing rod. Yeah, Chinese history goes a long way back. There are certain countries that seem to have had an unbroken chain of culture, I guess. I think that's what distinguishes like the US from much of the rest of the world, is that their culture has more recently changed, and that much larger departure from what was before means that it kind of resets history almost at that point. Like, once you colonize an area, you then see whatever starts with the colonization as your history, as opposed to the history of that land that existed long before you did, or your culture did. US have culture. Wow, something new I get to know. Well, that's the thing, is a lot of culture is historical, and because the US as its current iteration is so new comparative to other nations, it does feel like it has less culture than those other nations, because it just doesn't have as long a history of like war and battles and hunger and strife and political upheaval. Like, the US look back to the 1960s and the political things that happened then, and that's like quite far in their history comparative to how long they've been around. But that might be the equivalent of like the 17 or 1600s for another country. Meanwhile, I'm chilling out here in Midwestern Canada, where the oldest building is my uncle's house at a staggering 90 years. I think I currently live in a building that is older than that, and I'm not joking, and it's just a normal building here. Like, you wouldn't think much of it. another surface tundra. God damn it. That's not from yesterday, is it? No. That's disappointing, because that's just another 5 minutes with no progress. The US absolutely has culture. You wouldn't be able to make memes about the country if it didn't have culture. Well, I'm not saying it doesn't have culture. I think that its culture is much more like a creation of a modern time rather than it doesn't have historical precedent. You can't really look to the US and be like, okay, this thing led to this thing, led to this thing, led to this thing, as much as you can in other nations. There's certain things you can do with that. I mean, obviously, like the history of slavery in America has a massive impact on its culture, but the equivalent in another country would just be seen as like modern history. And there is the much longer part of history that also informs its current culture. Most of US culture exists as like tendrils spreading out into everything. Yeah, I do feel like US culture does tend to creep into other nations, and I don't think that's natural or an accident. I do think that there's a lot of intentional spreading of US culture because it benefits billionaires in the US, essentially. Like, if the billionaires can convince the UK that, like, US culture is great, then they start to become okay with, like, bringing over US laws and US mindsets that then make it more possible for those billionaires to proliferate in the UK. It's crazy what happens when you have to do fishing quests for 4 hours, right? The sort of things you end up talking about. Y'all want to talk about the entire progression tree of GTNH? We've got the time. I mean, I can only talk about it up to like mid LV, but and I also wasn't involved in most of that because I was just breeding bees the whole time. I was also thinking this is like 2 seconds away from becoming a rant about contemporary UK politics. Yeah. There's a lot to talk about there. I am playing GTNH right now on my primary monitor, trying to get some better bees. Very fun. What bees are you going for? And what stage are you at? Thanks for the bees though, actually the only reason I'm still playing. I'm surprised they've lasted that long. I thought it would require a lot more like upkeep to scale them up to the levels that you need. We're going to keep going with bees until I have harmony. Nice. I think I like the idea of GTNH more than I like the reality of it. I think I would prefer like a toned down GTNH that requires you to do more than just Greg Tech. I feel like GTNH is very much it's obviously based very much on Greg Tech. It's in the name. But I don't think I like Greg Tech. You're in early EV trying to get magenta bees so you can breed them into your common bees. so you can just breed better. I see. I think if you get machinist bees, you'll get most good traits from that. Are you actually kidding me? Another surface tundra one. That's 3 tundra ones in a row. GTNH is conceptually cool, but not actually execute well. I think I prefer the magic stuff, and I prefer everything in GTNH that isn't related to GregTech. But I also think that it is very useful to have one more linear thing that everything else like attaches onto. I just don't think for me GregTech works for that. I think I would prefer if you could take other mods like Ender.io and TFC and make something like that structure for a GregTech like pack without having GregTech in it. You'd like E2E then? Yeah, I think so. I also think I would like other GregTech based packs that just aren't quite as extreme as GTNH. I also think it would be fun to make my own pack at some point. I mean, I know quite a bit about pack development. I have been involved in that kind of community for probably about a decade at this point. I just have never got round to actually finishing a pack. It's such a big undertaking, especially if you want to do it right. There are so many slop packs out there, like all of the Luna pixel packs that are just Minecraft with some like RPG-esque mods chucked in, and also create for some reason, and then claim that it's like a vanilla plus, but also RPG, but also tech pack. Yeah, I'm wanting to try out Feed the Beast Interactions. Me and 3 are going to do a playthrough of that. We're not going to stream it or record it or anything, we just want to go through it. So that'll be fun, maybe. And then after that, I think I'm probably done with older versions of Minecraft for a while. I think part of the difficulty with GTNH as well is that it very much doesn't feel complete. So it feels silly to like start playing it at any given point. I'd much rather play a pack that's like, it's ready to go. You won't start playing it now and then regret it 6 months down the line because a massive update came out that changed a bunch of the stuff that you're currently doing retroactively. Like, I know that there's a big change to the space stuff coming in GTNH, and there's planned changes to make Thaumcraft less integral to Magic and to spread that out a bit more throughout progression. And it feels kind of silly to start a like 2,000 hour playthrough of something that would be so fundamentally different 500 hours in. And it's like if you want to experience that 500 hours again, you have to start, or if you want to experience the new version of that 500 hours, you have to start from scratch. We're running into that on Project Singularity right now. Yeah, I imagine all the Crops New Horizons stuff. Is it Crops NH? Is that right? Or NH Crops? That's very different for the early game from what I've seen on like Reddit and all that. Is it worth just playing Create mod though? Maybe it's a silly question. I don't like how ubiquitous Create has become. I think that as a tech mod, Create isn't as interesting as many other tech mods. But as a building mod, Create is, I mean, it's untouchable when it comes to building like things that move. If you want to make a door, your options are either like redstone pistons, maybe with like the Britannia piston thing that you can like move blocks from afar without having a piston involved, or Create. And if you want it to look nice, it's going to be Create that you're going with. If you want to make trains that look like actual trains, you're going to be using Create. If you want to make planes that you can design that look like planes, you're going to go with Create Aeronautics. Like, its own ecosystem, I feel. Like, I don't think it meshes well with other mods as much as pack developers think it does. I think it would be easier to make a mod pack centered on GregTech than it would be to make a mod pack centered on Create, because I think other mods can be tied into GregTech easier than they can be tied into Create. Even though GregTech is seen as like this massive overhaul, how do devs even make a 2000-hour pack balanced? They don't. It's balanced worse than a sledgehammer. Yeah, well, I guess sledgehammers have to be balanced enough to swing them. Surface forest. I think I should get that from the edge of my pool here. That's the other thing. I feel like GTNH very much feels long because it's supposed to be long, rather than feeling long because it's filled with content. It would be like, instead of Terraria taking 40 hours to finish a regularly casual playthrough, it just for some reason took 200 hours. Because everything was just a little bit more grindy. I don't know if, from what I've played of GTNH, it warrants the playtime. Getting a surprising lack of fishing accessories from all this questing, which is kind of sad. No, the recipe for the Stargate is definitely to do with balance. Balance isn't just about stopping exploits. In fact, I'd say balance is a completely separate thing than stopping exploits. Exploits is just like fixing issues, whereas balance is re-tiering different things so that there's a nice flow to progression. I would say a good example of really bad balance is a mod pack like Divine Journey 2, where instead of armor progression being based on which armor is stronger, it's just based on mods. So like, oh, Witchery comes after Thaumcraft, so the basic silver armor from Witchery that has no actual effects needs to be crafted with the high tier Thaumaturge armor from Thaumcraft, just because Witchery comes after Thaumcraft. And it's like, well, why would you waste making the Thaumaturge armor to then turn it into silver armor just because it's part of this progression tree? Like, it feels too much like a mod pack and not like an experience in itself. Balance is making the game feel interesting at all points during the game, right? Yeah, I'd say that's a good definition of it. You could probably come up with like 30 different definitions, but I think that is a fair one, yeah. The Stargate recipe is overblown, by the way. There's only a few parts that actually matter, and the rest is just meant to scare people. It could honestly work in a 3x3 crafting table and feel the same. Yeah, but since it's the end goal of the pack, and because it does take so long to AFK once you get there, I would say it's quite badly balanced. It sounds like there's maybe only enough content in GTNH for like 8 or 9 tiers of energy, but there's like 13 or 15 tiers of energy, I think. Like, I think it goes on way too long for the amount of content that it's got. I heard Divine Journey 2 is pretty good until you have to wait for 2,000 hours or 200 hours of Neutron Collection. I've heard it's good, but I disagree. I think I just have a very particular idea in my mind of what a good pack is, and it has to feel cohesive. I think cohesion is one of the most important parts for me when it comes to a mod pack, and I would say Divine Journey feels the opposite of cohesive. It doesn't feel like it's trying to present a believable world that you feel could exist, if that makes any sense. It feels like a modded game rather than feeling like an experience. Which feels very wishy-washy, but that's probably the best way I could describe it. There are so many magic mods on new versions as well that I would really like to make a mod pack around. The problem is I just don't have the time. I feel like the time it takes to learn how to use all these mods by like playing through them in survival, and then learning how to balance them against each other and how to bridge the gaps to make an interesting, like, cohesive experience, is just so big. Because I wouldn't want to half-arse it. I would want to, like, go through it step by step, make sure everything feels right, as opposed to just, well, I'm going to use the metal from mod A to make the metal from mod B, and that will just be the bridging. You really want to get me into TFG. My one reservation with TFG is that it's all tech. What I want to do is make a TFC pack that, instead of tech, goes into magic, because I actually think the theming of TFC fits magic so much more than it fits tech. If you had like a druidic type of magic in GTNH, it just makes so much more sense to me than whatchamacallit. Right, we're gonna need 1,000 blocks here for the ocean. I was hoping this wouldn't come up, but it looks like we're gonna have to do it. How many blocks is that? 26 above, 26 below. So if I go a few more blocks and call that 50, with enough space to stand on top, right? So it's 29 minus the one I'm standing on, plus 27. Yeah, that'll be fine. And then if I go 20 blocks along, 18, 19, 20, yeah, that should be fine, I think. Let's go with that. Does Skyblock change the requirements for ocean fishing? Probably not. I don't think so. It maybe does. But not as far as I know. The good part is we don't have to fill it with lava like I did for fish rock. Where am I in progression right now? I am simultaneously post-Plantera and pre-Hive Cthulhu. And that is not a joke, that is the best way I can describe where I am in progression. Did you hear what happened to the Terraria GT playthrough me and 3 had? I knew you were playing it, but like what stopped you, I guess? I'm assuming you stopped. So yeah, the next aim for the playthrough is to defeat the Hive Cthulhu, but that requires getting 200 health, which requires a lot of fishing. And the way I got fishing was by defeating Plantera and then using wet rockets with the grenade launcher. So that's why I am pre-I post-Plantera. Hopefully this works as ocean. That doesn't tell me if it works as ocean. That does. Okay, that's useful. Ooh. It's the wrong kind of mithril. Or the wrong kind of mithril / orichalcum. Oh, 9 bars. Wait, you can't do it with 8 mithril, can you? Can you do it with 8 mithril? I feel like it's either 8 and 10 or 10 and 12. That's 10. Due to its nature of being entirely vibe coded by AI, it corrupted our world in a bizarre and spectacular way and deleted all of our progress. Somehow, it overwrote the save file with a mixture of different save files on 3's computer. I mean, I'm now just glad that I didn't join that, because, yeah, that sounds like hell. I am sorry that happened. To be fair to the angler, he couldn't get the fish from the ocean because at that time the ocean didn't exist. He needed me to make the ocean to get the fish in the first place. Yeah, that story does just kind of reinforce my hatred for AI. Or my hatred for the use of AI in certain things. After you get mithril anvil, can you chlorophyte extractinate the hard mode ores? I could actually, yeah. They'd give me the alternate version, right? I wonder if it's worth me actually setting up some chlorophyte to grow now. How useful will chlorophyte be in the late game? Let me turn on as when unfocused. Chlorophyte bullets might be quite useful. Yeah, really only Shroom out Inspector, I guess. I don't know how useful that'll be. Could make the Chlorophyte set for Summoner, that would be kind of fun. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be worth getting more Chlorophyte. Unless I want to go for Beetle armor. In which case I would require 54 bars, which is 275 ore. That's quite a lot of ore to grow. You could also get Old One's army armors, which would probably take less time. Yes, this is true. And usually give better stats. If you're just going for raw stats, Old One's army is pretty good. I think Hallowed will be fine until endgame. I sometimes just prefer to use Hallowed in the late game for the dodge anyway. Why do you need Tiki armor if you're not a summoner? It's literally just the best armor I can get at the moment until I've got a Mithril or a Calcumate Anvil, which I'm a few bars away from on both fronts. Surface, nice. Bee breeding is the sort of thing that I don't think should ever be required for a mod pack. I think it should be an optional, like, side quest for people that enjoy it. Like, I don't mind bee breeding with the right infrastructure. I do think that sometimes it's a bit silly that a lot of the bees don't seem to exist for much of a reason. But I enjoy the process of it most of the time. I think if it didn't take like 12 species to get to the useful ones, it could be more enjoyable. And what I mean by that is like the first 12 generally feel like they're only useful to get to the next one, as opposed to having a use in their own right. Even if it was like, instead of going for common and then cultivated and then noble and majestic, even if it was just like you go for the cocoa bee bean and then you go for the wheat bean and then you go for the melon bean or something, like ones that don't have a use or that much of a use could be used to get those later tier ones. There's just like such a high investment cost to get started with bees, to get to the useful ones, that and that investment doesn't bring anything in itself. It's just a high barrier to entry, I guess, is the best way of describing it. Ah, finally. That took quite a while. It took 12 normal fish to get to that one quest fish. Better give me something good for it. Minecart. It's our first minecart, so I actually can't complain. We're still not rich enough to actually place minecarts anywhere because our iron supply is very, very limited. But at least once we do have minecarts, our minecart will be in style. Now that I have Oblivion Frames and a Thaumic Restorer, it's pretty chill, but I like gambling. Yeah. I also feel like bees are pretty badly balanced in GTNH in that all of the GregTech frames seem kinda useless, and all of the useful frames are gated really, really, really heavily behind magic. And it's like, why are your only options if you want to do bees either to go super heavy into GregTech or super heavy into Thaumcraft? Like, if you want to do bees, you just want to do bees. You don't want to be doing all this other stuff. There should be a way through bees to get useful bee stuff, to make your bees better. It would be like if in Terraria, instead of your fishing quests giving you better fishing gear, the only way to get better at fishing was through, like, combat or golf. Like, you either have to fight bosses to get better gear for fishing, or you have to get a really high golf score. It's like, well, I want to do fishing, I don't want to be doing golf. If I wanted to be doing golf, I would do golf, but I want to do fishing. If I wanted to be doing combat, I would do combat, but I want to do fishing. Like, it feels like there's not much option with it to do the thing that you actually prefer. I've put my fan on, so hopefully that's not destroying the audio quality. I don't think my mic's picking it up. It should be okay. Yeah, the summers in the UK are getting way too hot for my liking. Do you use a 3-character system? For example, the first one would be for combat, the second for fishing, and the third at miner. Usually, I mean, this is my combat one, I guess, and then mining, and then fishing, so I guess, yeah. That's why that took so long, actually, because I've only just started using the separate loadout for fishing. I was hoping to get the goldenrod by 5 hours, and we're 25 minutes away from that. I think it might still be possible. But we're going to have to get lucky with our fishing quests. And we're going to have to avoid any solar eclipses. Thankfully no blood moons. I genuinely might keep the first life crystal until I've got a whatchamacallit. Keep the first life crystal until I've got the thing that lets you skip day, the moon dial, sun dial, that sort of thing, and then I don't have to worry about all that. Yeah, golf in Terraria is mostly just for fun. It's not really meant to be useful, which I think is fine. Got an aglet. Bottomless water bucket. I think that's the 25th quest. So we're 5 away. And I think that that's about as much time as we've got on the stream to get to 5 hours, so we need the next 5 quests to be ones that are doable, and we do not get any events that stop us from sleeping, I guess. Will I take up the lawnmower only challenge? I will not. That's not the sort of challenge runs that I like, to be fair. I'll watch it. I mean, I've seen the Sorbet Cafe video, but it's not the sort of challenge run that I would do myself. I prefer ones that kind of change up progression and make you do things in like a different order or a different way, or make you think of like niche mechanics that you would never normally have to use. Yeah, the Beating Calamity Naked run was probably the biggest departure from like one of my other challenge runs, at least in recent history. I mean, that was definitely much more of like the bosses are the challenge because of your lack of gear, rather than like the progression is the challenge, or like even the Manaless Mage one. Like the bosses were kind of the challenge of that, but also the challenge was thinking about mana in a way that you usually wouldn't, trying to get to 0 mana on each weapon. The sentry only run in Thorium was fun, yeah. I'm hoping to do another sentry only run at some point, with a different set of mods for it. It'll be interesting to see what changes they make to sentries in 1.4.5.7. I think that's right, 1.4.5.7, where they're kind of rebalancing all the mage stuff and like changing up some summoner things, I think. Because you're able to like pick them up and move them around, but it's unclear whether that's just the Flame Burst rod or if you can do that with other sentries. I think it would look weird with other sentries depending on how they did it. Rebalancing the Barnacle Staff, it does need it. It needs a buff for sure. Or just move it to pre-hard mode. Give us a pre-boss sentry so we can actually do a sentry only challenge in vanilla. Sky Lakes we can do. Get back to bed. We don't have time for messing around. Sorbet finished their Central only run yesterday and they used Blood Rain to kill Deerclops. They used Blood Rain to kill Deerclops. Do you mean the Crimson Rod? I would be perfectly happy if they just like made Crimson Rod and Nimbus Rod into sentries. I think that would actually fit sentry progression perfectly, because it gives you a good pre-boss sentry that has kind of unique mechanics compared to other sentries that make it uniquely fit the pre-boss stage, because it doesn't have like crazy aim or mobility. It just kind of sits in one place and hits things below it. And then once you're in hard mode, the Nimbus Rod gives you an alternative to the Queen Spider Staff that you can actually place anywhere, but doesn't just aim at anything. You do have to be careful where you place it, and you still have to lead bosses through it. Because that's kind of the niche with Queen Spider Staff, is that you do need to be careful with where you move and where the boss moves in order to actually hit it. I also wonder if they would then make Klinger Staff a sentry. Did Calamity get rid of the Astral Hive thing? I didn't really follow the new update, but wasn't there something? I don't think it got rid of it. I think a lot of the sentries have been rebalanced since my sentry-only video with Calamity. I've been getting a lot of comments in more recent months about like, oh, I can't believe you were talking so bad about the Dreadmine Staff. We just used it in our playthrough and it's super strong. It's like, yeah, it's been significantly nerfed and buffed and changed, and the Sentry only run was like 2 years ago at this point. It's very different now than it was back then. HivePod used to do 200, now it's 80. That's probably correct, to be honest. I'm getting a call, I'll be back in a minute. Just a scam call. Yeah, I think the HivePod could have used the nerf. It was too strong. I gave up at Yarn because Get Fixed by Calamity is actually surprisingly unfun. Yeah, it's a weird difficulty. Like, it's supposed to be a weird difficulty, and it definitely succeeds in being a weird difficulty. I don't quite know where I stand with Get Fixed Boy in Calamity. I think even in vanilla, I'm probably not a big fan of Get Fixed Boy. It very much feels more bullshit than fun difficulty. Kinda how GTNH feels at points. Like, there's a difference between natural difficulty and artificial bullshit difficulty. And I think that Get Fixed Boy and GTNH kind of are both artificial bullshit difficulty at certain points. Not always. Jungle Surface. Do that. I might struggle to get into this bit now, actually. Yeah. Hopefully this still counts as surface. The problem is I won't know until quite a few casts. Lardfish is specifically underground, right? There we go. Straight back to bed. Your quest luck is insane. How? I've got a reasonably decent fishing setup now, other than the rod, of course. Is it worth waking up for the travelling merchant? Probably not. Way down there. Let's have a quick search. Nope. See, I think there's still 3 accessories I want, even after I've got the golden rod. But once I've got the golden rod, it might be time to just start doing proper fishing sessions while doing quests in the background. I mean, we're doing pretty good on potions, other than sonar, which is the one that I can make more easily once I've got 1 life crystal, so I can start harvesting water leaf. Isn't sonar replaced by the fish finder accessory? Fish finder accessories from thorium. Well, the fish finder is the combination of these, I think. But you're maybe thinking of... I think there is an accessory from thorium that gives the equivalence of a sonar effect. But that's not a thing in vanilla. Sonar in this will mostly be a bait thing. If you've got enough bait, there's no real need to use sonar potions. It's more just that you don't want to waste your bait on catches that you don't want. If you have enough bait, then sonar wastes time. It wastes time, but not as much as you think if you do targeted fishing. So what you can do is reset your bobber each time you get a fish you don't want with sonar, and then it only really wastes as much time as the input delay of you like switching to a different item and then switching back to your fishing rod and recasting it, as opposed to just clicking twice on your mouse. So if you get good with the fast fishing tech, it shouldn't affect it too much. What am I waiting on right now? We're just doing as many fishing quests as it takes to get to golden fishing rod, and then I'm going to finish up the stream. I don't think we're going to get it done by hour 5. Maybe if you include the fact that I took 5 minutes to get started on the stream, we'll get it done in hour 5, because I didn't start as soon as the stream started. Not waste any time not sleeping. Caught in a desert, I can do that. I'm always here like 10 minutes before the stream ends. Yeah, it's difficult for people in different time zones to always catch them. Another fish hook, which is absolutely useless. And back to sleep. First time I joined this stream to see how this run worked and you're sleeping. Phenomenal. Well, we've only just got a bed in this stream. The answer to how this run works is very long and convoluted. There's a list in the description with the starting requirements. I think it's the sort of run you would enjoy, so I don't know if I want to tell you the progression, because I think you would enjoy it. And I can send you the mod if you want that I'm using to get rid of slime spawns. I'll try it at some point, yeah, though I can see that you shat yourself for a jungle biome. Yes, yes, that is correct. Quickly check what you're selling. I don't think you can sell anything useful at this point, but I'd feel stupid not checking and then regretting it later. Yeah, the headline is that it involves beating most hard mode bosses with 100 HP and no Tinker accessories, and water and health are post-Plantera. That's probably the no spoiler description. Oh, I'm glad to hear you enjoy the videos, and congrats on finishing your first Terraria playthrough. Congratulations, Bones Odds. That's really impressive, I have to say. That is the question. Did you make a jungle out of it? That's the impressive part, not just pooping, but making a jungle out of your poop. You assume this is on Master 2, right? Yeah, it's Master. Although the world is technically Expert, but because it's further worthy, it bumps it up to Master. I would be really impressed if someone did this in Legendary, to be honest. Heard I shit myself and need a $5 super chat. Congratulations. Thank you very much. This is the true reward that someone deserves for shitting themselves. No, they gave it to the right person. This is right. honestly, I'm going to try it on Legendary. I mean, good luck. I think the health requirement alone will be massive. How much would Jungle Mimics affect this, I wonder? Too much to make it worthwhile using, I think. It would negate most of the hard mode tech, which is the interesting stuff. Although I guess you would still need to get jungle grass in the first place to get them to spawn. Corruption, I can do that. Getting quite unlucky with our line breaking now. Another bottomless water bucket. Wait, that better not be the 25th quest for real. Let me double check the rules for the bottomless water bucket. If that's only the 25th quest, then I'm a bit worried. We've got a lot longer to wait. It's available after the 10th quest, and it's also guaranteed on the 25th quest. That might have just been the 25th quest there. Feels like I've done more than 5 quests since getting the full angler set though. You can just ask the angler. You ask the angler what quest you're on? I don't think you can just ask the angler. Oh, more iron. Interesting. Talk with him a couple of times. He will say something like, oh, it was X times you did that. Okay. I shall try that eventually. We'll get to the next day first so that I can actually get a quest done. Because if I can get it done by like 5 hours and 5 minutes, then I'll count it as being done in 5 hours. Still learning new things, yeah. I usually don't talk to NPCs, so yeah. Yeah, I think now is about the 5-hour mark. I've checked back the stream. Will you watch SGDQ? Well, I don't know what it is, so probably not. How long has it taken you to get to this stage, and what will be the end of this playthrough? I think it's around 50 hours now. Somewhere around there. And the end of the playthrough will be Moonlord. Summer games done quick. Is that like a speedrunning, like, event, I guess? I wonder what was now made possible with the new Calamity update in regards to Trusty Old Rod. I do know that Astro Morris is back on the menu, which is great. Yes, for Skyblock, yeah. And I think other things are back on the menu as well. Like, I think Anahita, you'd be able to do pre-Moonlord as well. You still wouldn't be able to Ravager. Maybe Queen Bee? Or can you not get a jungle before? Surface Tundra. God damn it. So it's 29, he's just said. So it is the next quest. Annoyingly, that could have been it done there. Anahita pre-Moonlord is interesting. Yeah, it's another set of accessories and gear you can use. Because at this point, there's not much you can do post-mechs in one block, right? You like go from the mechs to... just pretty much mechs to maybe Calamitas. Can you do Calamitas, or do you have to go back and do that later? And then it's just Cultist, right? Is it possible to beat Terraria with only an orange Zapinator and the real orange Zapinator as the controller? I didn't know the orange Zapinator was a real thing. So, yeah. You can do Calamitas since Astrum Aureus is on the menu. You can also do Plantera too. Though post Aureus, which is stuffed. Can you do Calamitas since Astrum Aureus is on the menu? What does Astrum Aureus allow? How does Astrum Aureus allow you to do Calamitas? I guess is my question. Do you not still need Hellstone for the crafting recipe? Or is it just Essence of Havoc and something else? Yeah, Hellstone Bar and Essence of Havoc. It allows you to do Plantera, I mean. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, whereas before this last update, Plantera was relegated to post Moonlord for a while. But yeah, I don't think Calamitas is available until you get Shimmer. You could do Plantera with the 8 dart, it would just be miserable. Yes, that is true. It would be enraged Plantera, and the chances of you getting a Plantera bulb to spawn would be astronomically tiny. I mean, it's been done with 2 dart blocks, or 2 mud blocks before, so it's definitely possible, but you probably wouldn't want to do it. I would know that, that's what I did remember. That's true, yeah, I forgot that. That is not advised. Still only halfway through the night. It does sometimes feel like the days take longer than other times. Yeah, Raz discovered the multi-dirt tech after you defeated Moonlord. That's what you get for being early. You were too quick. You should have slowed down and stayed in line when it came to progression. I'll be sad when you end the stream. I have chores and stuff. If you want something to watch while you do chores and stuff, Reg W has an Infernum video out about beating it with as few crafting recipes as possible. And I've not watched it yet outside of the intro, but I am planning to go watch it probably after this while I make my dinner. So maybe go give that a watch. It sounds like quite an interesting run. Those are the sort of runs that I really like. Why am I going down here to do that? I should do this from down here. It's funny, I think you've found almost every single info accessory but not the clock, which is the first one most people get. Well, it's the one I have to craft, and I've not had access to metals for the longest time. Even now I've not got enough platinum for the actual watch, or gold. Okay, let's go get our golden fishing rod. Put this away. Put this away. Where's the angler? Ah, he's right in front of me, I just can't see him. Nice! Going from the worst fishing rod into the best, with 10 times the fishing power. Okay, that is a good place to end the stream. Glad that we've got all of the, like, 100% necessary quests out of the way. From now, it is just a case of doing as much fishing as possible, maybe getting those last few quests in, because I still don't have the high test fishing line, which is kind of sad. High test fishing line and the bobber would be quite good, because that's an extra 10 fishing power plus 1/7 of the time I don't actually have to lose my catch. In fact, no, it's probably worth waiting until I get the high test fishing line, because losing 1/7 of my catches is quite big. Yeah. I'm probably going to have to do more quests in the next stream. But we're getting there. We're 5 hours closer to being done with fishing, which is nice. What's the traveling merchant selling before I head off? Oh, I should also collect my my corals and shells. Nothing interesting. Okay, I am going to head off there. Thank you all for watching, and hopefully I'll see you guys in the next one. But if not, bye bye for now.